Okay. YouTube and Twitter should be live now. All right. And our plan for the day. We want to continue working on our API key stuff. And hey, what's up, Hallie? How you doing? We're close to finishing up the backend and dashboard parts of it, but we still need to do more testing to make sure it even works. And then we need to do the documentation on the marketing site in like the docs, right? That part's going to be fun. We've built something similar on Walter, one of our other like software as a service projects that is currently in limbo. But we can reuse a bunch of how we take the Open API specification and create Stripe style, like good crawlable API docs. So that part will be fun. I think we can get to that at some point today. We'll see. We'll at least, I think, start on that part. But yeah, Ami, how you doing? I'm doing well. We are just getting started. Review on Fable? Why do you need a review on Fable? Just use it. Try it. We may have one thing I can show you, though. And it may be surprising. Let me just double check. Yep, there it is. Okay. So, yeah, let's switch over. We'll do a quick glimpse of that for now. So here's something that you might not have expected. Fable actually performs worse than Minimax when doing Git operations. When doing text output. However, if you do JSON output, well, that changes things, right? Claude Opus still beats Fable. Wait, does it? Hold on. Opus. Am I not? Oh, Claude Fable, right? So somehow Fable is doing worse than Opus, even after switching to JSON output. It has a pretty tight range, which is nice, right? The bigger ranges are disconcerting. But yeah, Opus 4.7, 4.8, and Sonnet 4.6 outperform Fable doing Git things. It's crazy, right? Now, is this the only benchmark that matters? No. But this is at least something to think about. In general, if you're doing just text, almost any model you pick will be better than Fable for doing Git things. For just text, top of the pack is Minimax M27, which is crazy. And it's got a really tight like window, right? Quen GLM 5.2. We have not run GPT 5.5 yet, so we'll have to do that. But yeah, so that's the part I'm going to be kicking off screen over here in a second. But if we look at it, so far as just text, the best performance to cost ratio is actually Nemotron 3 Super. Now, that's at 100. It's not a 100% pass rate, but it's a 100 as far as like the top score here. If we look at cost per run, yeah. Claude Fable on low, about $1. Claude Fable on max, $5. And there's a giant leap between extra high and max. Right? As we get down looking at Claude Opus, similar, right? Pretty cheap at none and low. But the difference between extra high and max is insane. And it does worse. Its pass rate is actually lower than extra high. So all that extra reasoning actually fucks it up. Now, if we really look at it, yeah, the Minimax models are pretty damn cheap. Interestingly, Minimax M3 is cheaper than 2.5 and 2.7, which kind of makes sense. And as far as value goes, dude, 2.7 is incredibly cheap, but scores quite high. Right? So 2.7, Nemotron 3 Super, they do great. The problem with Nemotron 3 Super is interesting. So let's go click into that one. Oh, I thought that was clickable there. Here we go. I'm trying to remember. Hold on, I can cheat. I can double check the JSON files. So let me do that real quick. Must have missed it. Hold on. So we track the transcript, and then we get reasoning content. Reasoning content goes kind of crazy. But so far, we're not seeing anything as gnarly as what we saw previously. I'm trying to see. We had a thing that was measuring like bad output results. I forget where those end up getting saved. It's looking like we don't have any of the not safe for work stuff, which is nice. So it at least fixed those results. Oh boy. Yeah, so basically, Nemotron 3 Super, when it fails really badly. Trying to find. So far, it's not doing anything where it like goes totally off the rails like it did. But I mean, it's not good. All right, so hold on. Let me find it and show you. This is for which test? Damn it. I lost it now. Okay, here we go. F003 inside of one of these. We'll just look at all the F003s. No, that wasn't it. Oh, hold on. It's one of the ones that failed. Well, shit. Now I gotta figure out which one this actually is. Oh, it actually passed. Oh, that one actually passed. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to look at how we're judging the scoring. Like some of these, it gives us just way more output than it should have. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It's not a perfect set of tests. But yeah, I think the biggest thing that I find interesting is how some of these have such a disparity between the text output and the JSON output. Meanwhile, some of like almost all of the Claude models get better with JSON output. But the majority of the other models we've run get worse, besides Devstral. So yeah, but let me kick this off. All right, so we're running the cheap OpenAI models. No, we're not. Reasoning is mandatory for OSS 20B. Hold on, gotta fix that. Okay, cool. So, moving along. So, our plan for today. Shit. Wait, didn't I save that? Oh, no, I didn't. There we go. Okay, so this part we left off on. We got these API keys. We've got disabling them. We probably don't want the buttons disabled, or at least looking disabled. So we need to fix that part. All right, we'll just fix that real quick. Okay, validating those, good. All right, so yeah, we're doing it at the row level where we're doing this like opacity thing. We actually have to do it at the cell level. All right, so then font bold goes away there and there. All right, looks way better. So then, yeah, if you wanted to edit it, you could. Okay, disabled is not populating like it should. So that's going to be down in our form. Heiner, I don't give a fuck about those questions. Who cares? What is worrying about the future like that ever done for you? Then just stop doing it. Right? Stop stressing about things that you can't change anyway. And yeah, happy Saturday, Ian, Mr. Sir. I mean, yeah, if you want to critique Messijo.com, let me know. But okay. So where are we doing this part? All right, so the form field should actually be wired up. Except, no, we're doing the check. We're doing unchecked change. I think there might be some other stuff in the field prop that we need. Or not prop, but argument. But I think our actual problem is when we click the edit button. Ha! Yep. Yeah, we did this. Okay, so that should actually work now. Boom. All right, so then update, no longer disabled. Like a glove. All right, so now we need to work on deleting API keys. Thank you. Damn right. We also need to work on showing the API key after the user has created one. That's a separate thing, but easy enough. I like how it looks like in that one, it's an octopus joining in like the Hands Across America thing. At least in like the chat overlay. Hands across America. Like, and when I say that, I'm directly referencing the movie Beer Fest. Because I think I was too young to remember Hands Across America. But all right, so yeah, let's keep going. Oh, hold on. Okay, cool. I was trying to see like what stores are going to be open in Seattle when I get there later. Because, you know, got to pick up some like salad stuff. And some beers, obviously. So yeah, this now works. Yes, showing the delete button. Cause yeah, that doesn't do anything right now. We don't care about the event. Let's get more music going though. Do we want something crunchy or something chill? Anyone got a preference? We just had chill. Crunchy? I think Ian was first. Sorry, Messijo. And we just did chill. And we can always switch back. But yeah, if we're going crunchy, I think this album, dude, this one is just so crunchy. I realize, though, hold on. Some people might hear crunchy and think like hippie. Right? Like crunchy granola style. It's not the crunch I meant. It's like the exact opposite of the crunch I meant. Right? Like crunchy dreadlocks, you know? not that kind of crunchy. The King Troop. Thank you for the raid. Puts away his bag of granola. Exactly, Ian. So yeah, what were you doing? I forget. Do you do game dev? I'm trying to remember what you build. Oh, music's loud though. Sorry. 1 second. We had it turned up from YouTube stuff yesterday. There we go. Android dev. That's right. And yeah, what were you up to with your Android dev? You have a landing page for your Android app that you put out recently? Yeah, you can share it if you want. And then while you're getting us that, for everyone joining the stream, oh, we'll allow it. That was weird. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Interesting redirect. Is the redirect intended? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I get it. I just wonder, should this instead be redirecting to like a subdomain? Like a subdomain or a subpath? I feel like that would be better. It almost, yeah, it seems like a bit of a bamboozle, you know? Now, here's the question though, right? When you say you have a website for that domain, I'm guessing you're talking about like shared hosting or something like that. You know, you can use something like Vercel or Cloudflare or all sorts of stuff with any static site generator, right? So check out Cloudflare Workers, like super free. Yeah, I get Trupel is the company. I would recommend at this point doing a subdomain. Yeah, you don't necessarily want to do commercial stuff on GitHub pages, Messijo. You can. It's, I don't know. Yeah, I'd recommend doing a subdomain. So then have your scene.trupel.com. I believe you could do like a subpath. I think it's a pointer record to do so. Let me double check that. Now, okay, so they can't point to a subpath. No, A records can only point to IP addresses. And I don't think C names can point to a subpath either. Yeah, you'd need a server to do that redirecting. But I am just curious, like, is that the goal, or would haveyourscene.com be better, right? I feel like haveyourscene.com would be better. And then you could just link to Trupel from beneath. And then technically you can do a subpath at Trupel that links, like talks about the product and links back to it, and then you get the backlink. You definitely need to do that first. That's way more important. Yeah, you absolutely need to fix leaking PII. That is way more important than your redirect stuff. But yeah, I would just say I feel like haveyourscene.com would be better. Use a static site generator and then just ship the assets to Cloudflare pages or Cloudflare workers. Yeah. I mean, you actually probably want to do it sooner rather than later because you don't want to lose the SEO, right? When you change things drastically, you really fuck up SEO. Like, it's better getting it done right the first time because then establishing all the 301 or 302 redirects is a pain in the ass. And since it's like the root domain, it's even worse. Like, the PII stuff is way more important, so do that first. But yeah, the sooner you can fix your domains and have those correct, like from the start, the better off you'll be for SEO. Google will massively punish you for drastically changing the content of like a root domain. Like, you can do it, but there will be a drop in how often they like link you to it. Because it's something that like scammers did for a long time. Like, Google has built up a whole bunch of things that they kind of like identify as like scammy behavior. But I would just say, like, do a static site thing. Whatever, like, how are you building your site right now? I bet I can tell. Oh, you're using Squarespace. Yeah. Yeah, I would recommend Cloudflare, personally. But yeah, that then means that you need to do some kind of like static site generator. I tend to like Astro as a static site generator. Uh, and they do have like themes and stuff like that. So you could have something that you start off with and then modify. Hold on. I thought they had non-paid themes. What the fuck, dude? There we go. So yeah, I would say maybe check out some of these. Hugo's fine, but I don't know if you're going to be building Hugo on the fly inside of Cloudflare workers, which is why I would recommend something JavaScript based. Technically, Astro is a Go site, so it should work, but Astro has put in a lot of work to make that possible, whereas Hugo is still just like a Go binary. Meanwhile, if you want to do the Hugo thing, Netlify or Vercel, I think, are capable. Like, definitely Netlify. But once you start doing something like Hugo, the JavaScripty parts become way more effort. Right? So if you want any like interaction stuff, Hugo makes that way more effort because it's just an HTML builder, you know? You can do JavaScript on a Hugo site. You don't need JavaScript stuff. I don't believe you. There's going to be all sorts of shit you want to do, like pop-up modals or just all sorts of things, man. I just don't believe you. People say that shit all the time, and then there's one thing they want to do, and then you're stuck doing it with vanilla in a way that's just really not that fun to maintain. You can do it. I just think you're going to regret it, and then you're going to end up pivoting to something that makes it easier anyway. What's hilarious about it? Keep in mind, I've done a lot of Hugo stuff. It's totally possible. It's doable. I even built, similar to like Gatsby image or the no need for JS. Yeah, I think people just don't think it through. But yeah, if you want to do any kind of like pop-up or anything, triggering those pop-ups, even though we have the dialogue thing now, it's still not perfect and you need to smooth over the rough edges. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like form submission. Moshiko, how are you going to do form submission with a Hugo site? So if you ever want someone to sign up for a newsletter or do anything with a form, you're not doing that with a raw Hugo site. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you could just host a cheap and easy static site, right? And by static, we don't mean no JavaScript. We just mean things that do things, right? I would recommend either, right, Netlify. Netlify has a good free tier for all sorts of just like simple, JavaScripty things, or not even JavaScripty, but like static site hosting. Cloudflare Workers. I'm still using Cloudflare Pages personally, but Cloudflare Workers do a great job. And again, you can start totally free, like very reasonable free tier. So yeah, I'd say either Cloudflare or Netlify, whichever one just seems simpler to you. Both of them are capable of deploying straight from your GitHub repo. So you make your changes to your GitHub repo, push it up. They listen to those changes and build inside of their environment. So you're not even having to like do the static site building locally. You want to do that to test things, but yeah, it makes things like more reproducible. So yeah, Cloudflare Workers or Netlify, either one will be fine. But you do want to pick a framework that works well with those. I tend to pick Astro because I have a bit of a bias there. When you run an Astro dev server, the port number is 4321. I came up with that. That's the only thing I've contributed to Astro. I came up with it. But also, Astro makes it dead simple to add kind of like interactive bits using whatever framework you want. So you're not even just stuck with, React or Vue or Svelte like a lot of those other, full stacky kind of frameworks work. So SvelteKit requires Svelte, Nuxt requires Vue. Next requires React. Astro, let's use any one of them. No big deal. Solid, no big deal, right? Basically any JavaScript framework you want to use to build components for interactive bits of your site, Astro makes it so simple. Now, you may not think you need that yet, but I mean, didn't we just see on your site? Yeah, email address joined the waitlist. So you're going to need a backend endpoint to trigger that, right? And that's something that Cloudflare and a bunch of these other things do too. I think Squarespace is doing a good job of making this simple for you, but it ends up being really limiting the end of the day, too. In general, I don't think you made a bad choice. For clients, back when I was freelancing, Squarespace is what I would tell them when I knew they couldn't afford me. The main issue being the redirect. I think so, right? Like, you're going to change what exists on this page. This is going to be your company site, right? Which means that all of this content is going to change. And Google is going to see that entire page content changing and the entire, like, keywords that it's targeting completely changing. And it's going to fucking kill your SEO. So instead, and also this is beneficial, right? You have your haveyourscene.com, and it's just this, and it stays basically this, but at least if you change it, Google sees that it's basically the same keywords, right? They understand the semantic meaning a little bit better, and you're good to go. But then on your main site, Trupel, right? You would have maybe Trupel / have your scene, and it's just like, hey, this is something we built. If you want to learn more about it, head over to, and then you linking to haveyourscene.com is called a backlink. And Google loves backlinks for SEO as well, as long as you're not scammy. So there's just like a bit of validity that you get by not doing this like weird redirect shenanigan. And again, it can be totally free. You don't need to hire someone to do this. It's really not that hard. And once you've learned how to do it, boom, you're good to go, man. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's really not as hard as you think. And honestly, you could turn a clanker loose on it. Pretty much any model would be able to get you at least like a little bit of what you need. Yeah, I'm just going to time that out. And then monsters, what's up? So you're gonna, holy shit, you're trying out Fable 5 on Ultra Code, going through an e-commerce platform for improvements, security, blah, blah, blah. Last time you did this with Opus, it cost $500. Fable is at $2,300 and counting, so be careful what you wish for if you use API and Fable. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Ultra Code is a terrible fucking idea. Like, dude. Ultra Code is one of those things where it's like, dude, if your customer wants to pay you 10x, you let them. You know, that's about it. If your customer has more dollars than cents, you let them. You know, like, dude, Ultra Code's a terrible fucking idea. But I think here is something that you might be really surprised about, monsters. We just ran Fable and a bunch of other stuff. Right, so this isn't the full list. We're running the OpenAI models, like the cheap ones at least right now. It'll take all day for those to run. So they're not in this list right now. But as far as benchmarking how well some of these models do at get things, you'd be surprised. So if we go text only, this makes it obvious. All right, text only. Claude Fable is worse than Minimax M25. Right? Fable doesn't get better than an 84% on this test suite. Minimax 2.7 gets a 96. Now, this is when we're only doing text output. If you're doing JSON structured output, well, that's different. but you're probably not doing JSON structured output with anything you're doing unless you're maybe using some MCP servers, right? So for prompting in the way that you're doing it, yeah, it's just text, right? But if you do JSON structured output for things that are like running in production, well then yeah, okay. You know what? Fable's not terrible. But you know what? It's also worse than every other Claude model. It doesn't get better than a 92. Its average is a 90. Meanwhile, Opus, the average is 94, right? 4.8, 93. Sonnet 4.6, 93, right? Haiku 4.5 gets a 92% average score. That's better than Fable. Now, keep in mind, it depends on your reasoning levels. Haiku with 0 reasoning fucking sucks. But with low and medium, it's already above anything Fable can do. Not anything. Sorry. Fable, here's actually the better part. With JSON output, Fable gets worse the more reasoning you give it. Right? Like, dude, some of these things are just so unintuitive that you just can't know until you start testing things like this. And is this like a fully like scientific test? No. But we do run multiple times at each level, and we average it, and that's where these values are coming from. So we're running all of these tests with each effort level, with each output type 3 times, which is why it's pretty expensive. But then here's an even better part. Oh man, are you using Claude Fable Max? Yeah, you are increasing the cost of the shit you're running by 2x between extra high and max. Holy fuck, dude. At text? Well, okay. At text, it gets even worse. Right? At text, from going from extra high to max is 2.5 times the cost. Now, you want to know something even funnier? Mistral is more expensive than Fable. Mistral 3.5 is more expensive than Fable in aggregate. Or on average, I guess. That's what it is. So yeah, like some of this stuff, like here's the crazy part. Mistral Medium is only 11 cents with no reasoning, but the moment you let Mistral start reasoning about things, it blows up the fucking token budget. Like, dude, what? But here's even something funny. It's cheaper as you go into higher reasoning. At low reasoning, it gets a decent score, but it costs more. So yeah, like just so many of these things, you would never guess this shit. But yeah, this is also a pattern we notice between all of the Claude models, right? The price is pretty reasonable until you go from extra high to max. And max almost always at least, not quite at least, but around 2x's the cost between extra high and max. Not quite 2x, but damn. All right, every single one, you are massively increasing the cost if you go to max level. And it's not even necessarily like better. As far as like how it does here, it actually does worse. So it just sits there like convincing itself of things, and then it goes into this like psychosis loop of like self-doubt, which is actually very human, right? The more we like think about and stew on something, the worse we end up doing about it, right? Sometimes you just got to trust your gut. Does that sound about right there, Heiner? if you're still out there. No worries if not. But yeah, just like, dude, all this stuff is crazy to me. All right, so let's do intelligence and token usage. Oof. Yeah, some of these. Well, I mean, some get zeros because I guess Quen 3.7 Plus and Max just don't support reasoning. They get a 0 every time. But yeah, like, I don't know. This is just, it's fun to me just to like see this data. All right, and then Hupios. Are some models capable of running local, not on par with Opus or even Fable? If you're spending that much on tokens, wouldn't you just be better off investing into a local LLM? You're not hosting any local LLM that competes with these things measurably, right? Like the amount of hardware you'd have to spend or you'd have to invest in to do so is pretty heavy. Now, keep in mind, at $2,300 with Fable, in one day, in one session, yeah, you can make up that cost pretty quick. Get yourself your own like B100 or H100 and run some capable stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure there are people running GLM52 on their own hardware. Now, here's the thing. You're probably still not going to do that locally. But you can rent a GPU. Right? So looking at a B300, it's $5 an hour. Sure, that's pretty expensive. But if you really think about it, let's just say 5 times 24 times 30. That's $3,600 a month. So yeah, how much does a B300 cost though? Yeah, if you're going to get a B300 server, right? This is for 8 GPUs, but something, yeah, I don't know. It's not a great comparison. Hold on. A B300 for a single one is 53 grand. Right? So even at that cost, you could spend $3,600 a month renting a B300 24/7, which you wouldn't even be doing, right? And it would still take you more than a year to reach the cost of buying a B300 yourself. And buying a B300 doesn't even account for all the other shit you need to run that thing. So it's really something to think about. I do not think you're going to get anything capable for local LLM at a heavy level, right? Monthly around 75K. Yeah, because you need someone to be on call for that shit if it goes down, right? Like, you know, there's more cost to running something locally than just the hardware, right? You know, it's only free if your time is worthless. Just like Linux. Boom, roasted. I love how that's still just as accurate as it's ever been. But yeah, like local LLMs are the same thing. They're only free if your time is worthless. You're not going to be getting the throughput of these major cloud providers either. Now, we were just talking about, oh yeah, you know, you could rent a GLM52 capable thing in the cloud maybe, right? You could theoretically rent a capable, you know, a GLM52 capable GPU. Or you could just use a provider for GLM52. Right? Like, dude. You could just do an Olama cloud subscription for $100 and get 5.2. like basically unlimited. And then as new models come out, you're good to go. So yeah, I think the thing I would posit is that most people don't actually need the power of the frontier models. Hoopios, no, you can't. Like, your token throughput is going to be so low, it's not going to be worth it. There's definitely stuff you can do, but you're not doing anything like engineering level, right? Local models are really good for like language things. So if you're using them to help you write and like review your writing and things like that, totally. If you're using them to run like a Hermes agent or something, totally. You know, that's doable. OpenClaw, sure. You're not going to be doing like heavy engineering with that stuff though. You're not going to be matching Opus. You ever really want to think about this stuff, right? Artificial analysis. Are benchmarks the absolute best thing? Like, they're perfect, you should always use them and never question them? No, right? But it's at least a heuristic. So let's just add some of these, right? Gemma 4, 31B, and A264B. Where do we see them? We see them down here, right? They're capable, they're usable. You're definitely not getting heavy speed out of Gemma 431B, though, right? That dense model is extremely slow. You're going to get like 4 tokens a second max. With Gemma 426B A4B, yeah, okay. It's not as intelligent, but it will run faster at least. But it's not going to be performing at the level of even something like a Minimax M3. Hoopios. Theoretically, someone could just train a model. Do you realize how much training a model costs? Like, dude. And again, training a model takes time. And are you, like, do you think you're capable of training a model? Do you even know how? Theoretically, sure, man. If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. You know, or whatever, right? If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a wheelbarrow. I forget the quote, right? Yeah, dude. Theoretically, anything's possible. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a scientist specializing in theoretical physics. I'm theoretically a scientist who's interested in physics. You know, like, it's theoretically, yeah, all sorts of shit, man. You know? I know that's from Fallout, I think? I think it's a Fallout quote. I forget if it's Fallout 3 or 4. Here we go. They asked me how well I understood theoretical physics. I said I had a theoretical degree in physics. They said, welcome aboard. You know, like... Hoopios. It is the same comparison. There are models out there trained in specific categories. Yeah, to a degree. Don't you think that's what the Chinese companies are doing right now? Training models that are better at programming? Do you think they're there yet? Do you think you have the expertise to train a model better than they do? Like, I don't know, man. That's like looking at fucking people in the NFL and saying you'd totally be able to like make better decisions than them. Oh man, what was Flacco thinking? Again, Hoopios. Have they created a model that can run locally? No. Like, that's it, dude. That's it. Have they done it? Do you think you can do it better than them? Again, you're not answering my question. I think you're just trolling, dude. Theoretically, you could do it. Well, if it's doable, why haven't they done it? Right? That's a very just clear flaw in your logic. If it is as doable as you think it is, why hasn't it been done? No. Okay, sure. Whatever you think, buddy. Yeah. All those pesky scientists and their fucking bullshit degrees, you could totally do it. Have at it. I believe in you. Jesus Christ. You got that. Go for it, Hoopios. Show us all how it's done. The fucking hubris, man. The fucking hubris. Theoretically, all sorts of shit's possible. Present them. You're already disproving yourself. It costs money to make these things. Like, I don't know, man. Hoopios, I'm tired of talking to you about this. You're just talking in circles. Right? Without actually looking at the reality of the situation. If you think you can do it, fucking do it, dude. That's it. Problem solved. Don't talk in theory. Fucking do it. If it's that simple, fuck. Dude, people like you are insufferable to talk to. Again, Hoopios. I'm not saying anything's proven. I'm saying I don't think you could do it. So what the fuck are we talking about, man? Do you think there's not fucking people in the world that have access to GPUs that are doing their fucking PhDs and thinking about this shit and are trying to do it? Has it happened yet? Oh, that's it. That's totally it. Oh, that's the only thing you're missing. That's the only thing you're missing, right, Hoopios? Where do you think the data comes from? They scrape it. Get to scraping, buddy. Now, Hoopios, it seems like you're trolling. I'm over it. No, thank you. I am opting out of the Hoopios situation. No, thank you. And I can make it happen in a more definitive way. Have I tried Ornith? Isn't Ornith just like, it's just a router, right? I don't think, maybe I'm mixing it up with the other one. I thought Ornith was just a router like Open Router Fusion. But no, I have not tried Ornith. All right. So theoretically, this might be one that Hoopios could run and host locally. Again, does it perform at the level? No. Now, I wonder if it's actually in the list here. That's something I want to double check. All right, so North Mini Code. At coding specifically, they don't have any data to back it up. So that's the tough part. No, thank you, Hoopios. Bye, troll. Nope. It is so infuriating talking to people like that. No, thank you. Go somewhere else and troll about the theoretic ability to do something. It's been done in other ways. Okay, buddy. Then do it. Fucking do it already. Get the data. We've got this whole thing called the internet. There's so many things on GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab that you could scrape. Like, dude. Fucking do it already if it's that easy, man. Light LLM is basically the router. Do I think language models are reaching their limit? Yes. Yeah, I think large language models are absolutely like hitting diminishing returns. And again, right? Fable does worse than every other Claude model we've tested at Get Stuff. It's fucking crazy, right? It does worse than every single other model we've tested from Claude themselves. Like, Fable is worse than Opus, it's worse than Haiku, it's worse than Sonnet. Is there a flaw in the way I'm doing the benchmarking? Maybe. But every other model is tested against the same shit. And every other model does better, basically. And yeah, I think the self-improving is a lie. So yeah, hold on. I don't think I was thinking of Ornith. I was thinking of, what was the other one that people were saying was, like a frontier model? Yeah, I don't think it was Ornith. I think it was another one. But I forgot the name of it. Now, here's the thing. Ornith at 9B doesn't look terrible. It could be that good. It does look locally hostable. So there you go. But again, that wasn't the point that the troll was saying. The troll was saying as good as Opus. No fucking way. Right? Show me the fucking token throughput. Show me everything else. I don't think so. I really, 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 really doubt it. Right? They're comparing it with Gemma 4 and Quen 3.5. Those models are not good. Like, they're really not that good. DeepSeek V4 Pro is good, but you're not hosting DeepSeek V4 Pro on anything. You can do Flash, but not Pro. And the difference between Flash and Pro is pretty significant. Actually, here on this test, it doesn't seem that much different. Okay, maybe not. Looks like DeepSeek V4 Flash might be pretty good self-hosted. I forget what you need to do it. I forget the size of it. But yeah, it's worth trying. Yeah, 96 gig MacBook. Like, dude. But yeah, anti-res DS4, sure. And anti-res. Why does that name sound familiar? Okay, so DS4 is just a wrapper for DeepSeek, basically. But yeah, looks doable. Oh, Redis creator, anti-res. Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. Yes, that's what you were talking about. Perfect. Yeah, now I get it. Moshiko, all sorts of stuff is good enough for auto completion. Auto completion is pretty lightweight. But yeah, if we look at DeepSeek, yeah. So this is Flash. This is Pro. Let's just compare text versus text first. So yeah, Flash and Pro are actually remarkably close to each other. And actually, with text only, DeepSeek actually like peaks above. So yeah, DeepSeek V4 Flash is definitely a capable enough model. But again, when you're talking about full-on agentic shit, like full-on coding measurements like SweBench and DeepSwe and all that stuff, it's definitely not at the level of Opus or GPT-5. I would consider GPT-5.5 to be the one to compare against, not even Opus. But yeah, just keep in mind the reason that I thought Hupios was especially trolly. Account created March 8th. Accounts that new, that don't follow, they're brand new to the channel, there is a heuristic to them being trollier than others, especially when their actual messages are that trolly, right? They're just here to derail and argue. And the local hosting crowd is fucking insufferable. Like, yes, I think local hosting is worthwhile and worth considering, but holy shit, they are such zealots about it. That it's just, they're not worth talking to. Yeah, fucking cesspool. Exactly, Patty. Like, dude, they ruin the fucking image that local hosting could have. But that's just a lot of people in general, right? Like the pro AI people and the anti AI people are both just as insufferable as each other, right? Hold on, I swear I had a tweet around that. I think we scheduled it. I think it's on Buffer, maybe. Yeah. The all or nothing AI doomers and zoomers are insufferable. It's like the word nuance is a 4-letter word to them, especially because they can't even spell it. Exactly, Ian. Exactly. Zero Muck's gone viral yet? Am I a billionaire? No. I'm a quadrillionaire. No, it was always just a joke. Okay, so setting API key to delete. Set delete API key dialog open to true. Yeah, exactly, Sturdy. All right. Delete team dialog. I think this is actually going to be not quite what we're looking for. But yeah, so this one is delete API key dialog open. Now I are one. There you go, 4-wheel, for sure. Oop. All right, so then this would be something like short token goes there. Yeah, we want to do this after set API key to delete. Yep. Get 2 terabytes of RAM when it's on sale. Wasn't there some report where it's like, we think memory prices will settle back down again in 20 years? Wasn't that a thing like said by the memory cartel? Yeah, sounds about right. Well, I just realized I forgot to refresh the Twitter chat. My bad, anyone that tried to chat over there. I keep forgetting that. I need to automate that part. Okay, so, yeah. Oh, and BG button danger is what we do. That's right. Let me go fix this. Actually, hold on. Yep, nope, that part's fine. Yeah. Okay. BG button danger is actually what we want for our delete button as well. At which point I think we want to keep the black text. Yeah, pretty sure contrast wise. I am still on the fence a little bit about the layout here because once we add like a last used, it gets a little wonky. And I think we definitely do want like a last used. Yeah, we'll do that part in a bit. Let's keep doing the delete. All right, we added a span around the text in here, but we didn't actually say font bold. No, because this is right. This is like showing the first 4 characters. This isn't the full key. Right, that's what the dot dot dot's for. The short code or the short token is meant to be shown. Right, so you can identify it. You always have to do some kind of identifier of like showing the first or last X amount of characters. Every single API system I've worked with does that. That's fine. Like, this is way too short for an API key, right? That would be a really shit API key. It would be very brute forceable. All right, so yeah, let's finish the delete process first. I think we're good. Yeah, let's try it. Like a glove. All right, nailed it. All right, so now we can move on to showing the last use date. When we disable it, I was thinking we were going to put last used after role, but what I want to do, I think, is move the token value to under the name. And we may just lose the header. I don't think we need the header anymore if we do that. But yeah, if I stack the name and the token, that gives us plenty of space for last used. Now, we haven't thought about what this looks like mobile-wise, right? That's kind of shit mobile-wise. So we'll have to think about the mobile fix. For now, I think we're okay. And I think I want to move the disabled badge to like the corner. So let's do this part first. That way it's easy to undo. All right, so we end up doing that. And yeah, it would be between role and actions. I just think we can get rid of the table header. So then in this table cell, and actually, hold on. We'll move this down after the badges. Right now, we'll just do like the raw value. And then JC Coder, what theme and font am I using? You're saying in my editor? The theme doesn't matter, right? The font really doesn't even matter that much. But I think right now it's Monokai, and the font is Drama Sans, but you can use Comic Code as well. Yeah, I get it, but dude, you should really stop caring about that shit. Find something you like and move on. Like, it's a waste of your thought process to really, like, do anything with that information. All right, so last used, never, which I'm okay with. As far as the disabled badge, I do think maybe like just positioning it to the upper left corner could be worthwhile, or we just vertically stack them. I just don't like the idea of like the jumping around as we update it and remove it, right? Like that condensing in. And yeah, maybe we add the headers back. Right, key, role, last used. I don't know if we need the text there. I think that's probably a bit wide, but we'll see. So then, if we did something like... Oh, give me a second. Give me a second. I have a thought. I think it would work if we just had a little more space. Right? If we gave it more padding. Maybe we just replace role. Right? So maybe we put it back in the role category, but whether it's read or write doesn't matter if it's disabled. I think I like that. Yeah, I think I like that. Oh. Air brakes. I think I'm okay with that. This feels pretty good. Okay, so then are we using date functions or are we using yeah, what time library are we using? Let me go double check the package JSON. Day.js. Yeah. Let me just find it. Day.js. UTC from now. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Okay. Well, I mean, we have a different way we could do this. Like, honestly, I just don't know if we need to do this part. Yeah, that feels pretty good to me. Okay, cool. We're not done yet, though. Right, so I just wanted to be able to undo that. So we're going to do apps dashboard. Oop. Right, that's the one change. All right, so now we're going to modify something. And in fact, yeah, if we're not doing that, we can just get rid of that. We can move this over. All right, so then the next thing we need to do is when we're creating a new key, right? I can demonstrate it. And, ooh, hold up. Hold up. Yeah, no, we're messing that up. Right, adding a new key is empty, but when we go and do this, right, and then we close it, right, we got stale state. So let's fix that first. All right, so then here, this would be set API key to edit, and then we would do API key form dot form state, or there should be like a reset. Boom. And that should save us from the BS. So then we want to do the same thing for when we do a delete as well. We also want to do so when we are successful. And technically, delete doesn't have an API key form, so we don't have to worry about that. So I think we're good now. Let's just make sure. So then we do this, close it. Boom. We'll do this. We close it. Boom. All right, perfect. Nailed it. Okay, so let me get more music going. So then creating a new API key, this is the part that is no good, right? We create it, it's created, but we don't show the full key, so you can't even copy it. So that's like another thing that we need to show the user. I think we could probably copy the delete dialog because it's, it's a bit of boilerplate. We don't need it to be button danger. And honestly, that could just be a close button. Now, technically, this is a different dialog, though. And what up, Kenny? How you doing? Yeah, hold on. Let's think about the state management of this, right? We're going to have a new dialog that we show. Yeah, so we want to create the new dialog in here. It's not new org user. It's what do we want to call it? This is newly created API key dialog open. Surprised that we're not getting any auto completion on that. But whatever. All right, so newly created API key dialog open, and set newly created API key dialog open. All right, boom. So yeah, newly created API key. You love that we're back on Messijo again? Yeah. Yeah, I like it too. Okay, so we set the newly created API key. Right, we set the dialog to being open. We have the dialog down here now. Created API key. Oh, and hold on. So this is incorrect. All right, so yeah, we got to do that part. Oh, shit. Wrong place. Damn it. And hey, Danny boy, Mr. Sir, thanks for the sub, dude. All right, so then, yeah, here in the description. All right, so we do that and we do that. Delete team dialog is fine, but delete API key dialog is not. Okay. So then, yes, we get into here. I thought I had a copyable input. I'm thinking of a different project, I think. All right. So boom, we get it. We need a copy button for it, and we probably want to mask it. Yeah, so hold on. Let me look at the components we might have in there. I could have sworn we had made like a copyable input at one point, but I don't know if we did. We didn't. No, I'm thinking of a different project. We need we need a component for it because we may end up showing it on like once we start doing like the OAuth elicitation for MCP server stuff. But it also just massively simplifies the state. You went to sleep and then you had an idea and now you couldn't sleep. Yeah, that happens. Well, I mean, you got to kick off the clanker so that you're not like burning tokens during your working session tomorrow, right? So you can like have the tokens burning while you sleep. I get it. I get it. All right. So we'll create the component for it. Let me just double check that neo-brutalism doesn't have this. Nah. Let's double check if ShadCN has it. Do I use mise en place? I don't. Mise en place is way more useful when you're like having to juggle a bunch of shit. I tend to keep all my stuff in like a lot of the same like versions. Like with Node.js, I target LTS versions. If I'm going to update other projects, I'm going to update everything to the latest LTS. So I don't find much value on my personal devices. When I was working at an agency, tools like that were invaluable, right? But I don't work at an agency anymore. For personal stuff, I have the time to like fix any issues. And it's usually worth it to stay up on like the latest LTS. For certain things, like, I still have NVM, right? For Python, I think it's still massively useful. I feel like there's some tools for other languages where it's a big bonus, like Rust Up, you know? Like I have all those tools installed, but I don't need something as automated as Mise en Place. Like I don't mind just changing because I'm not jumping between projects that often. Oh, 1 second, 1 second. No, you're good. 1 second. Oh. Dude, Dagger is awesome. All right, Dagger's pretty legit. Mert Bay, you'd like to be regular, but you're irregular. Eat more fiber. Yeah, no worries, Van. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. But yeah, as far as like versions go, um, sure, yeah, PNPM, just awesome. But these are all like plugins for Mies, right? I mean, touch grass, eat grass, and smoke grass. It's the trifecta. It's a 3-player swing. Yeah, yeah, you can install through Mies. Yeah, yeah, okay. Just double checking, right? The whole like Aqua things, yeah. But still pretty cool that they share that. And I think it's nifty. I think it's worth it if you're finding yourself like switching between all this shit that much. I don't. I'm curious why I'd want to be switching between a bunch of these actually. Yep, happy 4th. I'm a bit of a curmudgeon. I don't like patriotism, and I'm not a big fan of fireworks. But I do like the practice of like going and hanging out with people, and it's a good time to hang out with people, you know. Patriotism is the worst kind of tism. Yeah, I find that interesting, Lil. Like, it's cool. All right, so raw value, scrubbed value, should scrub. All right. So yeah, we're gonna need to bring in a bunch of BS. What's up, Burger? How you doing? Are you just saying that as in like a hello, or are you saying it more like the whole like so coded much wow thing? Just hello. Got it. Yeah, if it's 2 a.m., it's already Sunday, man. We always have a today command if the title doesn't give you enough. Go to the website. I need your feedback. What could I do better if it's not obvious? Oh, that's right. It's not in that title. Project. There you go. Let's do hide show for now. We do need to bring in button. You like the theme? Thank you. All right. So then for this part, oh, well, that we got lucky there that worked out. But that wasn't what I wanted. Claude Design, no. Most of those were done with Minimax. think we did Claude for one of them, but not Claude Design. I think GPT might have done one of them. If you click into some of the like solutions pages, you'll see all the others. The majority have been done by Minimax. And the reason is we were doing it cheap because we were burning like the good tokens on other stuff. But we had to use Minimax instead of GLM because Minimax has the ability to like understand screenshots. Oh, it took a lot of prompting and a lot of like finessing. Like none of the models gave us something that was good right off the bat. Not Claude, not GPT, none of that shit. They're all really bad at design, but so am I. But Burger, I think you massively misunderstand the open models. Yeah, Minimax M3 and GLM 5.2 are amazing. I know Claude can do so. I canceled my Claude subscription ages ago. And I know GPT-5 can do that stuff too. But again, I have a $20 plan on GPT-5 and I needed to use those tokens for Gitbench. So while we were doing Gitbench stuff, we had the other stuff going on the side. But if you want to look at it, this will help make a little more sense about why I couldn't use GPT or why I couldn't use GLM. All right, so GLM 5.2 compared with Minimax M3. And what you can see here is that Minimax has input that allows images and video. GLM 5.2 does not. Yeah, Kenny. The analysis PDF doesn't work. Keep that in mind. Yep, you're like the fourth person to show that to us, Mert, but it's just not as important as what we're building right now. $2.5? Yeah, are you thinking of like Composer? Like Cursor's thing? Like Minimax 2.5 is an older version of Minimax, which is fine. Oh, you're thinking of Kimi, maybe? Yeah, Kimi K26 or K27, I think now. Or I think it's just K26. Kimi. Yeah, Kimi's all right. It's expensive. Right? Kimi K27. Okay, so K27 does exist. But if we look at like the cost of Kimi K27, it's actually not bad. Nah, Kimi K27's fine. Can it do screenshots? Oh, I don't remember. We'll find out. It can take in images, it can't do video. So yeah, Kimi's also good enough for that stuff. The context length is definitely a problem though, right? Especially when you're doing stuff like images. Or at least, I don't know for sure. I haven't actually measured how much an image takes up in context. It does seem to me like when we were doing image stuff with Minimax that the context window jumped up heavy the moment we started like actually analyzing screenshots. And then yeah, let's look at Laguna. Oh, they've got 2.1 out already now. Nice. Yeah, Laguna's just text. Also a fairly small context window. But pretty capable and pretty cheap. Like, dude, Laguna is extremely cheap. For the quality you're going to get out of it, it's not in the list here on OpenRouter. But as far as what we've been seeing on Gitbench from Laguna, right? Laguna M1 is cheap, but also it performs at like a 99 percentile level when measuring intelligence versus cost. Laguna is by a company called Poolside. But yeah, Laguna's a fairly solid model. I just wish it had a bit bigger context window. But you don't always need the biggest context window, especially if you're using Laguna as like a sub-agent kind of thing. So you could have one agent being like the orchestrator that's good at like the long horizon bullshit, and then you're just farming out and creating sub-agents with, like as Laguna. That could be a very good use case. I think another thing worth checking out is just like how long they take to run too. But yeah, just remember, right? Are these benchmarks perfect? No, but they do give us at least some kind of hints. And I'm currently running the OpenAI models, so they're not in the list yet. And I don't have the Google models in there yet either. From what I'm seeing performance-wise, dude, GPT-5.4 Mini with low reasoning, and even like the medium reasoning, 96% on these benchmarks. So even like for Git stuff, the super cheap GPT models are quite good. Something crazy though is like, dude, GPT OSS 120B does really good too, right? It's sitting at 96%. So for a lot of things, dude, you do not need the absolute best model. If you can figure out the right way to farm these things out, especially if you're doing these things at like a production level, then it gets really crazy. Like, let me clear these because I have a thought. So let's get GPT OSS 120B and this one would be right Gemini, I think Flash Lite, and dude, massively cheaper, like massively cheaper, 10% of the cost. Now, it depends on the provider. Okay, well, what if you go through Google Vertex? Because you have an affinity for them. Still, massively cheaper. A fifth of the cost. So I think that's something that people are going to need to think about. And honestly, like, dude, OSS 120B has a higher throughput, a lower latency. Like, oh my God, man. It's just better. It has more output tokens if needed. What's the context window size? Well, okay. Flashlight has a much larger context window. So that might be where we start really thinking about this, or we just start chunking better. But we could start using this data at GitKraken to understand the value of these things. Right? And to maybe do way cheaper stuff at scale for, possibly even like free instead of like eating into people's tokens. Not free, but man, like, dude, at a fifth of the cost? Oh, man. Oh, man. I know there's some others though, right? If we look at Gemini, there's like 2.5 Flash. I think, which could be worth looking at. 2.5 flashlight. Okay, and then at that cost, if you're using 2.5 flashlight, the cost difference there does not matter. Now, this is Vertex EU. I don't know, AI Studio, same price. I mean, 120B is pretty large, man. And these are not for coding tasks. Git is fundamentally not coding. That's the one thing to really like think about and recognize about this. That's why when we look at artificial analysis and we look at the coding index, well, yeah, some of these models that we're considering, right? Like OSS 120B high. It's kind of a shit model for actual coding, but Git is not coding, right? Most of Git is actually just language understanding. Right? Fable does way better theoretically, not in what we're seeing. In fact, on Gitbench right now with what we've got tested, if we go to text, Fable is stupider than Nemotron. Fable is, looking at the numbers I'm seeing, way worse than GPT OSS 120B. Right? When doing text output, Fable is like our 6th stupidest model. Now, when you change that to JSON, things do change a bit, right? The Claude models are one of, like, let's do this. Let's do text first, then both, and then we see these things next to each other. And we could start like fine tuning it. But if you really, really want to like dig in, what you can recognize is that a bunch of these models actually do worse with the JSON output versus text output, right? In some cases, it's within a percentage of each other. With no reasoning, ooh, it's actually way worse. For Claude Opus, right? All the Claude models actually do better when you do JSON output, right? Minimax does better with JSON output. But then some of the, like Minimax 2.5 does better with JSON output, but Minimax M3 does way worse with JSON output. So yeah, like these are just things that you would not necessarily assume, right? And you just don't know until you measure this stuff. But dude, like GLM 47 does way worse with JSON output, especially when you give it reasoning. Most people would think like more reasoning equals better. Nah. In fact, if we look at, where is it? Fable. The more reasoning you give Fable, the worse it performs in the JSON output. I don't think anyone would have expected that, right? Low, 92%. Max, 88%. Because it just starts looping in its reasoning and starting to doubt its instincts, which makes it worse, which actually sounds very like, dude, that's actually kind of human. That's something people do. The more you like overanalyze and think about something and just like burn reasoning in your head about it, the worse the result. For a bunch of stuff, not everything, but especially stuff that you can't fix. Which model do I suggest? That's not what I'm trying to do. Nope. It's up to you to read the data and make a decision, man. I'm not here to think for you. Now, there will be some analysis that we provide eventually. Basically, all the stuff that you just heard me say about reasoning not always being better, about some models where JSON output is actually worse. Things like that, for sure. right? Like, it's just, we have to measure stuff. That's the most important thing. Yeah, yeah. Minimax M3 is awesome. GLM 2 is awesome. Mistral actually does quite well on the tests as long as you give it reasoning. If you don't give it reasoning, it's really bad. But Mistral also costs way more than you would expect. And then, yeah, here's another thing, right? With Fable, the price difference between extra high and max borders between 2.5 times more expensive. And it gets, well, at least for JSON, worse results. So you're going to double the price you pay with Fable when you're doing JSON output stuff, which you really don't do that much. Right? Like, nobody's getting JSON output from Fable unless they're using an MCP tool that does so, that requests it explicitly. I'm actually not even sure how that works. I don't think that's actually the way it works. And no one should be using Fable in their production workflows, unless you just don't like having money. So Vermi, no, you're misunderstanding. This is specifically when you do structured output, right? Structured JSON schema output. So this really only applies when you're doing a request response to the server, not when you're doing like a full chat. So none of the ways that you actually use, you know, Opus or Fable or GPT-5.5 are actually doing the structured output thing. Right? If you're just talking about using these things yourself locally, you're not doing JSON output. Like, you may get output that is JSON, but you're not doing the structured schema, which is what we're really talking about here. It's a very different way of getting a response. And almost nobody is running it that way. Like, you know, Claude Code, Codex, Open Code. None of those things actually work that way. So structured JSON output is really only applicable when you're doing a single request response, which you will maybe end up doing when you're building like agents with something like Flu, right? If you have an agent framework and you're building something like that, well then yes, the stuff you're gluing together as what this agent does may end up doing structured output. And I thank you for actually like pointing that out to me. That's a great point. I should make sure that I'm calling that out in my analysis PDF that we end up writing. But yeah, later, Mert. Have a good one. And yeah, no worries, Vermi. Yeah, I'm not expecting everyone to know all this stuff. Part of the fun is figuring this stuff out. And part of the fun of building Gitbench was to question my assumptions and really like just think about how this stuff works. So yeah, I'm really happy about it. Yeah, the blog post doesn't exist yet though. The analysis PDF doesn't exist yet. So what you're seeing here is still very, very early, right? We haven't run all the models and I still need to create a bunch of this content. The blog post is in draft mode already, so we're close, but the analysis PDF is something I got to focus on tomorrow and the day after, like, very heavily. But I need, like, all the results to create the analysis, right? So that's why we're making sure we're running the analysis while I'm out and about or while I'm streaming and doing other stuff. Because it takes a long time. I think I'm still on the text version of running the cheap OpenAI models. It's been running for 135 minutes, and I still have like 4 or 5 more models. And when I say models, it's like the combination of effort and like model. And then after that, we got to do all the JSON too. So yes, if it's taking 135 minutes so far, and it'll probably take another at least another half hour to an hour. Um, yeah, the JSON output's going to be double that. We built GitBench entirely. Yeah. Like burger sauce. Do you not remember when we were building GitBench here on stream? Yeah, this is my project. And Dre. Yeah, it's tough to like get the chat over there, but we're working on a thing called Messijo, but we get sidetracked talking about model stuff because people are curious. But yeah, right now we're working on API key stuff, right? So yes, creating a new API key. Oh, yep, we're not clearing that out. So that's another thing we got to fix. But when we create a new API key, we want the user to be able to do this, but we're creating a component so that we can like have it hidden by default so a user can like show it, and then also have like a copy button so a user can copy and paste or copy the key and paste it elsewhere. So yeah, that's the part we're building right now. And I really like the idea of a service like Unkey to manage your API key stuff. I still have an aversion to things like that. It's just, why would you introduce like a third party hop outside of network for something that's literally on your hop path, right? Like, token validation, API key validation, all this stuff. Why would you want to go out to outside your network? It's gross. You're adding like easily 100 milliseconds to your latency. Isn't Gitbench a known thing? I mean, Burger, is it known that Fable gets worse the more reasoning you give it? Is it known that Fable is worse than Sonnet at doing Git things? I think you weren't listening if you have to ask that question. And I'm not going to reiterate all the stuff that I just said. That's on you, man. If you have to ask that question, I don't know if this data is for you. I think it's over your head at that point. Okay, so what we want to do Wrong place. All right, so no, I'm not burger sauce. You know I'm not one of those. Why are you being a dick about it? And to me, I don't see the word get bench in that title. Are you saying because someone else made a benchmark, I'm not allowed to make benchmarks? And do you think things might have changed since 2023? Yeah, Burger, you're kind of being a dickhead. Where do you see get bench? This? Yeah, no, that's a different thing. This is a different one too. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Burger, I don't know, man. All right, so then this is like uh, open? I always forget which one we want to do. I think I have these backwards. Oh, wrong one. Nerds. All right, so let's bring that into the org settings page. Okay, so we got some work to do on that component. Oop. I don't think we want ghost. What are the acceptable values? Oh wait, I think we want null. Yep. And this is not should scrub. It's should scrub and showing, not showing raw value. There we go. We should probably do a toast as well when we do the copy. Uh, variant, success, copied. Boom. And then, yep, it copies. Cool. All right, so now we've got the icon in there. I'm not a big fan of how we're doing the scrubbing. I think the scrubbed value would actually be something like, yeah, we almost want to create a function for scrubbing the API key value. And we could create that, I think, kind of anywhere. We'll just do it here near the top. Oop. We do need more music. Wait, is that what we just listened to, though? I think we did. Yeah, there we go. All right, function. This is scrub API key. All right, so then oh, I know what we'll do. Const key parts. All right, we'll split it by that. We're only going to have 3 parts in there. Perfect. Yep, it knew what I wanted. I want to talk to Samson. Okay, so then scrub API key. Is it perfect? No, but I think we'll be fine as long as I fix that. We need... All right, we got the map. We should do a join. Yeah, all right. I feel good about that component. I believe this stuff should be tabbable. Yep. Yep. All right, so then in the modal, All right, so this is your new API key. Keep it safe and do not share it with anyone. Make sure to copy it now, since we will be unable to show it later. And yeah, my bad, Burger. I know I was harsh. It just seemed odd what you were asking, so now I get it. No, we have nothing to do with other Git benches. And as you just saw, there's other things called Git bench besides the one that you linked, right? No one owns a copyright on the word Git bench. Or no one owns a trademark on the word Git bench, as far as I know. Oop. Oop. All right, so then we want maybe M4 or MB4. How do we feel about it? Anyone got a preference? I do have to use the restroom. So while you're looking at it, let me know if you have opinions on what we could do to make it better. We could add an icon at the beginning of it. I don't know if that's necessary. But yeah, let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Man, that was good tea. Um, we might, I don't know. Might be whiskey time. I think I could have one or two, especially because I'm not driving into Seattle. I'll be taking the train. Oh. Hmm. I guess that's the tricky part. A user might try and copy this, which would be a mistake, right? Is there a way to prevent it from being selected? We could do user select none. I don't think I want to do... I don't think I want to do pointer events none because I think clicking it should also like be a copy. Yeah, select none does get disabled then. That's annoying. I don't think disabled would fix it either. Yeah, see, now... I think there's some way to do that better. Hold on, wait. What is this thing my brother sent me? All right. What is the absolute like best experience, right? Oh, we could just make it hidden. I think hidden's probably a better idea, actually, right? Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have a strong opinion about the right way to do this? We could do pointer events none. It doesn't prevent that though. And yeah, we may want to just do like a debounce instead of just the timeout. Hmm. And instead of asterisks, maybe we do like the circle. Oh, that looks way worse. That looks terrible. Let me just try this and see what happens there. So then here we'll do um, hidden. Oh, instead of an input, just make it a div. Because yeah, I think like select none is really just for that, right? Yeah, hold on. I kind of like that idea, right? It doesn't need to be a proper text input. I just want to leave that while we start hacking on it. Right, we're gonna have to like style it better. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So then we'll just give it the spacing. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Good call, Danny. We could still give it like border. Yeah, yeah. All right. Let me go back to what we had though. We'll go back to the stars. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think that's the right move. Yeah, I like that. And then inside of our button, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that feels good to me. We're not quite done. Hold on. I do think we want the border too and BG white. Haven't heard Danny having a bad thought. I mean, Danny hasn't been here in a while, right? Yeah, dude, it's been like 2 years, Kenny. So of course you don't remember that. Okay. But yeah, I think oh, I done did broke it. What did I do? Oh, cannot read properties of undefined reading split. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, hold on. Like a glove. Oh, okay, hold on. So we got a bug on that. Nah, that's fine. I get it, Danny. We do have that as a bug in our back end. All right, so then the response needs that value too. Name, role, raw API key, short token, ID. Right, the response from raw API key is going to be that. Name, role, disabled at, last used it. Voila, cool. Values in there. All right, so I do think we finished up the UI for this. We got more work to do. All right, but as far as the steps for planning, yeah, create dashboard page, done. That deserves a whiskey for sure. But okay, so now generating the API docs based upon the public open API specification. Yeah, and then this is actually another step. Validate API spec using red.js or equivalent. And the equivalent is, what was that? Schema something or other? Schema thesis. That's it. All right, so probably schema thesis. But yeah, first we need to like generate docs. Okay, yeah. Let me go rinse this glass real quick. And oh no, am I out of I think I might be out of ice cubes. That would be a huge mistake. But whatever. Okay, so I have 3 ice cubes left. So that means 2 go in this beverage, and 1 will go in one more after that. We might not even have time for 2. And yeah, man. Again, Burger, thank you for showing that off. I had not seen those other things. I should definitely make sure I'm at least like shouting them out in the blog post, right? So yeah, thank you. They may have left, but yep. At least y'all heard me apologize, right? Or thank them. And I guess yeah, I should offer an apology too. So yeah, my bad, Burger. I did see that maybe you're still lurking. Appreciate you. I just misunderstood. And yeah, next time we see him, remind me to apologize and thank him again. So they may just be lurking without actually being like here where they can hear me. So want to make sure we do that right. Okay, so we actually have some prior art. When it comes to generating docs based off of an open API specification. That prior art is in Walter, which is a product or a project we made that we stalled a little bit because we were going to actually use Walter in Messijo, and we just haven't gotten that far yet. But if we go to the docs, all right, we can go to the API reference. And sure, like, you know, getting to this point is a bit meh, like the marketing site sucks. But I am quite proud of like this right here, where it's, you know, it's like some Stripe style documentation where certain things are like sticky and copyable and blah, 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 right? Kind of cool, yeah? Pretty proud of that. think there's maybe some other prior art we have in Vexilla. Right, but that's more for like SDKs. And we don't really have. Yeah, we don't really have an API reference for Vexilla. I think our first step is Walter, right? Once we have SDKs, then we can think about how we want to do the SDK stuff. So yeah, we've kind of got like 2 bits of prior art here that I'm actually kind of stoked on. So yeah, as far as the Get Walter stuff goes, let's go pop that open so we can look at it. The Zero Mux thing. So stupid. Yeah, we just go up. No, I still have no idea what the new name for Walter would be. Nope, no clue. Oh, I remember what this doc was for. Okay, yeah. Dude, that's old. Man, that's real old. All right, so yeah, let's zoom in a little so y'all can actually read it, but it's not going to be in the API. It's not in the dashboard. It's going to be on the web. So we've got packages. None of those actually do what we're expecting. Is it a thing that we have in our package JSON? No. Or at least not there. In here, we do have, yeah, TSX scripts. Where is that? Source scripts. Here we go. So yeah, we're kind of refamiliarizing ourselves with how we generated the API docs for Walter. And there's a bunch of junk in there, right? So we ended up using a bunch of MarkDoc. I'm still kind of a fan of MarkDoc, so I think we might keep doing that. But then as we look at like endpoints here, yeah. Okay, so basically, we only have the curl as like the language formatter. That part's fine. So then back to the script in here. Right? This is where we create all of these like components, and I think really a lot of these components could be copied directly over. I guess I'm wondering what is the benefit of sticking with MarkDoc versus just doing MDX? Right? Because we end up doing component anyway, but the way that works inside the MarkDoc is we have these like method example, method copy like sections. It's a little gross that we don't have any syntax highlighting, but I think that's just because we haven't worked on this project since, yeah. We haven't worked on this project since getting this new Mac Mini. So then, yeah, if we go back to it, we at least get syntax highlighting. Okay. I don't know. Anyone have any thoughts? I wouldn't mind doing a little discussion, a little adversarial review, if you will. Like, how do we feel about this jazz? Hold on. We have a friend making a thing called DocDuck. I forget what it does. Oh no. Oh no, he's already competing. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Interesting. Get quacking. I don't know why. Because I work at Get Kraken. That just it hit too close to home. That was good. Honestly, this is pretty solid. I think he's missing a bunch. Okay, the pricing's there. I need the pricing. Like, I don't know. Is there a reason not to have a proper like header? Hey, what's up, Code Drift? Mr. Sir, how you doing today? In Code Drift, you missed it. We implemented API keys. Heading out to see Dead Mouse, but wanted to swing by? Okay. Well, can I show you this thing real quick? I'm really proud of it. So we go to team settings. We got API keys. We can create a new one. Right? Sure. Create the API key. Boom. Right? You can show the whole thing. Copy it. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Editing. You can change permissions and disable. Like, we haven't used the API keys yet. We haven't even like validated or tested them. So this isn't shipped up yet. But yeah, we just built our entire API key like infrastructure and dashboard page for it. And now another part that we did was taking our Open API specification that we use to generate our like internal SDK that we use on the dashboard. And we're doing like a similar thing of scrubbing the endpoints that we don't want into a public API that will get defined otherwise, right? Exactly, code drift. Yeah, for sure. This is absolutely a step towards MCP. Technically, we're going to start with API keys, but I want to do the like MCP server OAuth elicitation thing too, right? So the baseline is creating SDKs, creating creating an MCP that can use an API key. But then eventually the goal is like, well, yeah, no, use an MCP server and have it act on your behalf rather than just like an API key that is not a member of your team, right? Because there's certain things you may want to be able to do via MCP that you wouldn't want to let an API key do, right? Like generating API keys. So there's a lot of stuff to do and fix around that. But yeah, that's the part we're working on, and it's quite fun. But yeah, you're gonna go see Dead Mouse. Fun little bit of trivia. Back in the MySpace days, my little brother used to argue with Dead Mouse all the time before he blew up, because there's like little communities of like electronic musicians. I forget if my brother has any like major opinions about it, but definitely like, argued with him a bunch. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so MCP server, definitely something we want to build. Him and Nero are headlining a block party at Midway. Done by 10 p.m. too? Nice. The most responsible EDM event ever. And where is Midway? Oh, that's like the venue, the Midway? Got it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have not ventured that direction at all. Yeah, I've pretty much only been like around this area. And then I think technically the place that we went was like somewhere around here. Yes, that's like Hayes Valley over there. Yep. Yeah, that was a solid spot. And then yeah, if Golden Gate's right here, that would put yeah, this is where this is definitely where GitHub Universe was, right? So yeah, I've been up in that area too, like Fort Mason. But yeah, I definitely have not explored a lot of the area. Yeah, thank you. And if you got to get going, I totally get it. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the sub. And yeah, I don't know when I'll be back down that way. I haven't heard anything from GitHub about GitHub Universe this year. Typically, I think it took them until like the middle of July to let us know anyway. Like last time I did it, so I don't think it's a big rush. But that does remind me that I need to keep checking my GitHub filter. Okay. Exactly. Okay, so you got at least like a half hour. You had to fix their light up hat. Oh, there you go. That's fun. Yeah, here's something too. Like, dude, the tenderloin only like dangerous after a certain time of night? Because I swear I've been walking around this area before and it was fine. Because that's where the what's the ramen place? Something ramen? Mensho. Yeah, dude, this is good. And that's like the heart of the tenderloin, right? Like it's definitely not like the nicest part of the city, but I don't know, I didn't feel like it was that dangerous either. But maybe it's only after like a certain time of day. And I don't think I've been wandering around that area past like 10 or 11. It's not actually as sketch as it used to be. That makes a lot more sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, I just know like Acorn and a couple other people have been like, "Oh god, the tenderloin's so sketchy." But I don't think they've actually lived down there for ages, you know. But yeah, if you haven't been to Mensho yet, it is a solid ramen. I always get the like the duck ramen. It's quite good. They also do like a wagyu something or other that's pretty good. It's a little greasy on the wagyu, but it's not terrible. And then I do it's like a wagyu sashimi or something. I put it into the ramen. So it cooks a little bit in the ramen, but it's pretty good. I only eat there when work is paying for it, though, because it's like a $50 ramen bowl or 47, you know? Hold on, let me double check. So yeah, the part that we're currently working on. The part we're working on now is how we could create our API documentation. And if you've probably seen it before. With Walter, we got our API reference here, and we got like the Stripe style like docs. We build this entirely using scripting from the OpenAPI specification we have for Walter. I want to copy and rebuild this into what we're doing, right? And then real quick, not trying to promote anything. It's open anyways. You put together a CLI that has been helping you save some tokens. It reads your MD files and determines if the URL has been updated or not. So there is no need to read the URL again. It's been fun to use and see the difference. Still very fresh. Yeah, do you have a link to that, Jaleb? I'd be curious about it. DocLock. Okay. No, that's cool. That's pretty nifty. Do you have any like numbers? And damn, this is a fully vibed README file. You didn't write that by hand. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. No, I'm not saying it's even bad. I just know, like, there's no way you typed that all out by hand. You did not do it. He didn't even read it. Yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah, very cool, man. Okay, so you did read it at least. Nice. Ooh, and Code Drift, if you're out there. If not, no worries, I get it. We just ran the Anthropic models for Gitbench. I got the OpenAI one still kicking on the side. But comparing Anthropic models to the open weight models, and this is for anyone else that's curious too, is actually pretty interesting. And what's up, Zacher? How you doing? So yeah, GLM 5.2 gets way worse when doing structured JSON output, which is interesting. Some of the only models that actually get better when doing structured JSON output are the Claude models and, let's see, what's another big one? Devstral, right? Which is interesting. Another thing that I found fascinating was if we go to the cost of these things, yeah, Claude Fable, obviously the most expensive, but going from extra high to max doubles and sometimes even more increases the cost. All right? And in our measurements, when doing JSON structured output, increasing effort is actually like a linear regression on success, right? So at low reasoning, 92%, at max reasoning, 88%. As far as like text output goes, low and max get the same score, but one's 5 times the cost. Right? And that's just Fable itself. But then one more thing that I find funny is at the text level, Claude Fable, it doesn't even outperform GPT-OSS, which we don't have right here, but I'm seeing it on the side. Like, dude, it's crazy how bad Claude Fable is at this stuff. Right? Opus, you know, at certain levels, does better. But even then, the fact that it can be outperformed by Minimax 2.7, not even the best Minimax, is interesting. Now, massive increase between 4.6 and 4.7 as far as text goes. 4.8, noticeably worse than 4.6. Both of those noticeably worse than 4.7. So I'm curious about the people that say 4.6 was the last time it was good. Not according to this. If we go by JSON, well, okay, now it gets a little better. And this is something that's worth noticing. Like, with just pure JSON output, Opus 4.7 and 4.8 have really like tight windows of performance, right? So their like variability when doing JSON structured output is pretty good. Now, keep in mind, when we are using something like Claude Code, that has basically nothing to do with JSON structured output because Claude Code doesn't operate in that way. However, if you start building agents using an agent framework like Flu, well, then you might actually be prompting these things and doing the structured output bit. So yeah, there's like a lot of really cool learnings that we're getting from this. Someone informed me today that there's other things called Gitbench. This is not those. This is just ours. I don't think anyone owns a trademark on the phrase Gitbench. And it's definitely not something worth like writing a full-on research paper about. We're going to have an analysis PDF. We're going to have a blog post about building it and all that stuff. It's definitely not scientific, but it's better than nothing. And yeah, here's something crazy too. GLM 4.7 Flash with JSON output, with no reasoning, it's actually solid. With reasoning, it's one of the worst performers out there. Right? Just unintuitive. So yeah, you don't know this stuff until you test it. And that's kind of the fun. So yeah, just thought we'd share that little bit because I find it fascinating. And yeah, so we're probably a good maybe 2 or 3 days away, or maybe 3 or 4 days away from like fully publishing, having the blog post ready, having the analysis PDF, having all of the models run, etc. But yeah, it was really fun building this. And then yeah, Zacher. So you were debugging some Opus errors and you found out the bug was in an upstream dependency. You guess this is something they don't like reinforcement learn on? Is that what you're saying? And yeah, JLem, yeah, thanks for sharing that image. That's cool, man. That should probably be in your README somewhere. If, okay, yeah, you're showing at least this bit. Sure. Dude, this is nifty, man. Yeah, well played. Hold on, we're skipping this song. It's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? Well, I missed some follows. Lezer, yeah, Lezer, Bonkers, and User. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. And then Hef, once your new GPUs arrive, you're going to try to build a harness around Ornith 35B. Got to wait till Tuesday, though. Yeah, thanks, Bonkers. Yeah, it's a bummer Ornith isn't in this list yet. Sure, makes sense, Hef. Yeah, anyway. So I don't think I want to make any major decisions about what we're building, like how we do this yet. I think this is a good point to kind of internalize what this is. We're going to have to like read it, double check it, make a bunch of shit. All right, we're going to skip that song. But yeah, so we're going to end up employing something like this. And I almost feel like we could probably like copy and paste it. You know, like grouped endpoints will replace. How are we doing the grouping? Well, that I'm not sure of, and we should double check our API here. So we're going to do a bit more reading. I don't know if we're going to like fully implement any of this. All right, we got the dread testing, sure. Let's double check. We got this internally here. We do a bunch of build stuff For the API, right. For some reason, I had it in my head that this was a different thing, but no, this API is built not with Elixir. This one's built with like Node.js and Architect and all that stuff. So generating the OpenAPI specification could easily be part of this, and I'm just missing it. I don't think so, though. So yeah, we create the OpenAPI specification. Here in scripts. Nope. Nope. No. Oh, right. But we're using Calatrava to generate the OpenAPI specification. I think that's all we need, though. Yeah. All right, so just double checking, re-understanding what we're building. When we go back into web here, generate API docs is directly reading the JSON. So then endpoints JSON, we go through and we group them together. We output those files, sure. And this is where we generate a bunch of the markdown and other BS. I really do think this might be fully portable. So then in that case, I wonder if I could turn this into a library I could keep reusing in other projects. Because this isn't going to be the only project in which we want to generate Stripe style docs from our OpenAPI spec. As far as frequently asked questions, that's a totally separate thing. I think we ignore that part. But yeah, okay. So as far as the scripting, then we do that stuff. We generate the JSON. I'm curious, where are we using the JSON? And then, yeah, here in content, we've got our markdoc files. I think we'll stick with markdoc at this point because we can just reuse a bunch of the components we got. We're going to do it as a copy paste, but man, I really do think we could create a reusable library for it. I don't know if it's worth that effort yet, though. And then those markdoc files, right? They're in content there. And that just involves our Astro config doing the markdoc plugin, right? So then is this kept up to date? Yeah, I mean, no, we could easily put some work into Walter. The whole reason we started this project, right, Messijo, is because number one, we wanted to fiddle with the blue sky stuff. Number two, we wanted to have a project that we could bring Walter into after the fact, because that's what I think most of our customers would end up being doing for Walter stuff. So it was more just like a good way to dog food Walter, and then I just think it's a better business, like just lower liability, like a bunch of reasons why it's an easier business to launch and make profitable. I think anytime you're dealing with like actual currency and money, it gets way trickier, right? And Walter was basically a competitor to Lago and a few other things. And I think they do what they do very, very well. There's also Polars, I think. Polar.sh, that's it. Yes, there's just a bunch of companies that are doing the token thing. If I had been better at it and like pushed it and maybe even done like a Y Combinator application thing like way earlier, that might have that might have been a good option. But yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty crowded space and there's a lot of companies doing a lot of cool stuff in there that it's tough. But one big thing that I've noticed is a lot of companies end up just being a stripe wrapper. Like that's what Autumn. No, not get them. Use Autumn. Yeah, this is like almost entirely just a stripe wrapper, right? But they do some interesting stuff. So yeah, just again, I think. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, did they buy Metronome? I think I had forgotten about that, but it makes sense. Yep, because they had Stripe billing that was capable of that stuff, but I think Metronome was a better product anyway. But I still think in general, right? Just like how Stripe bought Metronome, other companies buying some kind of like tokenized billing service thing isn't outside the realm of possibility. Especially big companies like Salesforce and like even OpenAI. Like a bunch of these companies are just establishing verticals that, on paper don't make sense, but it helps them diversify and dilute the amount of impact some things failing might be. I don't know. I think it makes business sense that other companies do all those acquisitions. I don't know. Like Stripe, it makes a shitload of sense. Even though they had Stripe billing and some other things that could theoretically do the tokenized like stuff, I think bringing Metronome in, even just for the customer base, is probably worth the acquisition. But okay, so I do have an event to get to in Seattle. It's at 7, but it takes like an hour to get there. I'm definitely not driving into Seattle. It's only like I mean, today it would probably suck. Let's double check this actually. Honestly, it doesn't look that terrible. I think I might drive in. Like, I doubt parking is going to be that good, but I don't think it's going to be that bad either. Like, all I need to do is get parked at a couple places, and I can walk to where I need to from there. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look terrible. Fuck it. Yeah, better than taking an hour to get into town. Which means I don't need to leave just yet. Okay. Near Bridal Trails. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm like in like downtown Redmond. No, that's fine. I knew what you meant. Yeah, Bridal Trails. It's like yeah, here's 148th. Yeah, so you're saying you were like up in this area near like Grass Lawn Park, like probably closer to the golf course. So yeah, at this point, I think I got plenty of time. I don't have to be doing shit. So yeah, that's actually nice. So now let's keep thinking about what our next steps are then. I'm gonna get up and use the restroom. I'm gonna grab another ice cube. I only got the one left. And yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom too. So, BRB, give me a sec. And yeah, we are gonna really start thinking about how we break this down. I think our first steps are we need to bring in Mark Doc. We need to start setting up some build process stuff, which is totally doable. Yeah. So give me a sec. BRB. Okay, so we got one ice cube. Oh, I should take a vitamin D for sure. Do that in a sec. And yeah, anyone got plans for the night? Having a little 4th of July party? Nice. Yeah, I'm going to a small one as well. And I forget, Zacher, are you up here in the Seattle area too? I think I'm getting you confused with someone else. But I can't remember now. You're in SF. Ah, that's it, SF. Okay, yeah. That's right, you used to be. That's right. Got it. Yeah. Okay. But then I think I also remember seeing you like say something about SF, and that's why it stuck out to me. Like, oh yeah, I should hang out with Zacher at some point. But that's next time I make it down to SF, which not sure when that is yet. We'll see. Life was simple back then. Was that like during COVID times? Oh man, someone's cooking some delicious smelling food. Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah. We were looking at AstroJS MarkDoc, and we can keep chatting for sure. I'm not trying to not trying to kill any of that. And hey, what up, Myrtle Beach, Mister Sir? What was you? Oh, the food. Got it. It isn't. You don't live nearby. Yeah, it smells like shish kebabs or something. Ooh, chicken and beef skewers. Nice. Let me get more music going. This one's fun. The name of the album is A Farewell to Kings by Cat Temper. And the songs are things like Permanent Waves. Power Whiskers. The Necromancer. Hell yeah. All right. If you run into issues, report them on GitHub. Does that mean that the MarkDoc component is actually native to the repo? I don't think it is. Yeah, I really don't think it is. So, where is the MarkDoc package? Okay, so hold on. With MarkDoc. Take it easy, Myrtle Beach. That's not anything new, man. Right? Brand new people, I understand, but come on, dude. Oh, packages slash integrations is where it is. Oh, okay. So it is actually maintained by them and kept up to date. Hot damn. All right, that's good. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so before we get too deep, though, let's double check. Have we committed what we got? Oh, and we can actually just amend. All right, so chore update, internal SDK. I don't think it's worth publishing the fix for that yet. Yeah, so we want to head into, let's double check this. We are in marketing here. Yep. Oh, interesting. So GPT 5.4 Mini does a really good job at the Git stuff. GPT 5.4 Nano kind of doesn't. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Like, you're better off using GPT OSS 120B. I need to double check that. Yeah, we'll look at that in a sec. I am super curious about their cost comparison. Open rotor. All right, so then GPT 5.4 Mini, and then we'll add one more, and that one will be GPT OSS. And let's do them all through. I guess we can't do it through OpenAI. Let's just assume one of the not cheapest ones. All right, so then, yeah, 400,000 tokens versus 131 for certain things. That's important. When it comes to cost, massively cheaper to use GPT OSS 120B. And dude, it scores. Dude, GPT OSS 120B scores comparably against GPT 5.4 Mini at a fifth of the cost. At least. Actually, output even more. So if you don't need the biggest context length, then you can get a lot of value out of, like, dude, GPT OSS is a really solid model. I'm constantly blown away by the value of it. Right? Its throughput is higher. If you need caching, well, okay. You might be better off with like 5.4. Right? For coding stuff, well, that's different, but honestly, you do not need the craziest amount of coding for some Git things. Yeah, man. And then what was the other one that we're seeing is like the best value? I think it was like Nemotron, right? at least so far. Nemotron Super. So yeah, let's consider that pricing. Yeah, Nemotron Super is even cheaper than GPT-OSS 120B. Well, hold on. Let's put it through maybe not the cheapest. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Deca here is incredibly cheap. Deep Infra is cheap. But then, yeah, once you get into like DigitalOcean and Nebius. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Having a million token context window is pretty worthwhile, though. And then, real quick, hold on. Let me just do this one more time. Gemini 2.5 flashlight. Yeah, Gemini 2.5 flashlight is still a pretty solid value. Has all input modalities. It has caching. Yeah, I think we might be doing well with the Gemini 2.5 flashlight. It does mean that we'll be hitting like rate limiting with it, though, with only 2 providers. So being able to spread out to 18 providers. But then how do we make sure that we're, preventing exfiltration of data, right? Like, I guess none of these really shout out whether they allow you to opt out of training. But holy shit, dude, 312 tokens a second. That's pretty hard to beat. And we don't get throughput or latency values from Nebius for this one. That's odd. Okay, so that at least gets a little faster that way. Yeah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, 2.5 flashlight is still a pretty solid value. 3.1 flashlight. Not amazing. Yeah, yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, sorry. I'm just like I'm seeing these things run over on the side. So, yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing here. We're gonna add that. Yep. Successfully added the MarkDoc stuff. So I'm just gonna copy some of this stuff over. All right, so we get the content in there. That isn't everything, though. Oh, and technically, yeah, we need to update our config in content. Oh, maybe we don't? Oh. Where does our config... content config here. There we go. All right, so we get our collections there, our schema. I think the schemas are actually loaded from here. Yeah. Not everything has a schema, and we're okay with that. We do set up a loader. Oh, but they're mdoc files, right? Yes. Okay, so we get that in there, sure. We have a script here, generate API docs, grouped JSON endpoint. I say we just grab both of these. I forget what this is doing. Oh, I think I remember. Yeah. No, so that's a separate thing. All right, so yeah, generating API docs, and then we go to package JSON here. Hold on. I think our mark doc config is probably necessary. And where is that living? We have that in the top level of the web project. All right, so docs slash API. We got that in there. We do need the layout component. Okay, so then, yeah, this starts to get really gross. Oh, and I forgot we used hook state. Oh, I haven't used hook state in ages. I forgot all about it. Dude, it looks pretty dated though, doesn't it? Yeah, it's pretty dated. Woo! All right, so yeah, we're definitely not going to use hook state. Yeah, so we're in a somewhat broken like state of what we got here. That's okay. Here in package JSON, this part right here. And what up, Gazento? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, we just implemented API keys as a thing that we're doing, right? But now we need to do the public-facing API documentation. And I have some stuff from another project that we're kind of just like bringing over. But that's a lot of like copy and pasty kind of like BS. And it's not ideal. feel like that's most of what we needed, though. I'm not sure our layout, like, we're going to have so many bugs trying to build this. But it is 6 o'clock, and I should start getting ready, you know? So I got to go into Seattle for a hangout thing. So really what we want to do then is update our planning doc. Right, so we copied over most of the source code needed for the markdoc stuff. Sure. Yeah, we do all sorts of stuff. Okay, so yeah. We knocked out all of this pretty quick, actually. Like, dude, 2 days of work-ish. 2.5 maybe. This next bit is going to take some effort. It's probably at least a few days. And then setting up our validation script for making sure that our OpenAPI specification is telling the truth compared to what we do in our API. That will also be a somewhat heavy bit. So my initial estimate of this chunk of work being 2 weeks is maybe like an estimate I would have given at a company, right? As far as like the baseline of what we need for just my stuff, startup style, we could probably have it done within the week-ish, maybe, possibly. Not 100%, but that's the goal. And then once we've got all these things done, then we can start creating SDKs and then create documentation for the SDKs in the marketing/docs site. Then from there, right, I'm expecting this to be like a week or so max. Then about 2 weeks for the MCP server, maybe doing like the OAuth via elicitation stuff, you know, for the MCP server, and then submitting our MCP server to various catalogs. And then beyond that, wrapping our MCP server into AI plugins for Cursor, Claude, Codex, as well as then maybe creating skills that do our like CLI MCP server stuff. So yeah, we've got our work cut out for us, but it's important. So yeah, that's the process. Let's go find someone to raid. Like, who's streaming right now? Oh, Acorn's going. Nice. Yeah, so we're going to go right into Acorn 1010 stream. They are working on Funi as well as maybe their like Socket.io style competitor or Pusher competitor, or, you know, just like any of those services that help you solve WebSockets at scale, which is not as simple as you think, especially depending on like how you're building the rest of your application. So yeah, should be pretty cool. Let's go see what they're up to. And yeah, I'm going to go out to an event tonight. I will see the rest of y'all. I'll see some of y'all on gaming tomorrow. All right, we'll be hanging out, chilling. We'll game, and then, you know, I got work to do tomorrow night kind of stuff. And then Monday is the next day that I'll be here on this channel. So yeah, Monday, we pick back up on this part that we're leaving off on. But yeah, we made a lot of progress. I think I'm really happy with how the API key system turned out. This feels good. So I'm going to click the buttons. We're going to bid farewell to the Twitter and YouTube first. Thanks, Twitter. Thanks, YouTube.